Hello? Hello there. How's it going? Um, can everybody hear me? It's, sorry for the late start, but I've been trying to, I was trying to polar align things, and, yeah. Okay, cool. Anyway, I'm gonna jump right into some stuff right now, and I'll start doing the call outs, but I'll show you in a sec. It's because nope. It is because I don't I don't know how much time we have left before Jupiter goes behind a building. Um, Give me a sec here. Okay. We've sorry, we've joined the Jupiter already in progress. Um, yeah, give me a second here to undo this and undo that. Okay, great. Nice. Yeah, so this is a live view of Jupiter. Give me a sec here. All right. Let's see. Um, Give me a moment here. All right, cool. Wow. What is? Oh, give me a sec here. I forgot a little detail here. Um, Hello, Abe. Did that work? Let me see. Oh, that's why. Let's see. Hello, ABC? There, got it. Hello, Cosmic Ray. How's it going? Um, Hello, Stephen Fox. That's sorry to hear you've got rain there. Yeah, we'll get into the whole star front thing in a little bit, but yeah, hopefully unclouding. Yeah, hello, um, Donkulus. Notice that was even on the horse's ears. It's a direct what do you call it? Brain. No, it's yeah. Well, and it's plus. It's not only that, but it's it was supposed to be a horse, but it was a unicorn. But it was close. It was horse adjacent. Yeah, it is uncanny and random. Uh, Something ran across. Hopefully, it's not like a spider. Hello, Aiden. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Good evening, Dark Shades. Hello, Misty. How's it going? What was it? Slenderman, maybe? No, I'm joking. I'm really joking. Um, hello, hello, Qubits. How's it going? Yeah, welcome back from Starfront. Thanks. Yeah, and Jupiter's looking pretty good. Um, yeah, so we're back on the reflector. Let me bring the all sky camera forward here. Where's the all sky camera? There it is. There. So you can see in the lower right corner the reflector, but the problem is it's the problem with the reflector. It's very difficult to polar align because plate solving issues because of the extremely small field of view and the incredibly bad light pollution I have, and there might be collimation issues on top of all of it. So it's just terrible. I just turned on the background music, so let me know if the volume's okay on that. Anyway, so it took me a while to get it polar aligned, which is why I delayed the start. But then I'm like, Jupiter's getting close to going behind a building, so that's why I kind of jumped right into it. As it was, I was able to very briefly image Uranus with the Seestar, the one Seestar, before it went behind a building, which we'll look at that in a moment. Hi for the parade. Yeah, the problem is some of the parade is came from a previous pre-recording, because there was a live stream. I did a live stream. It was on Discord and an unlisted YouTube and Twitch, a listed Twitch, unlisted YouTube stream earlier where I was looking at Venus during the day. So we'll look at that briefly, but that was from earlier today because right now Venus, it's up, and I'll show you where it is on the map, on the sky map, but the problem is it's behind a building for me. But you'll see what it looked like just a little bit ago, a few hours ago. Jupiter, this is live. Uranus went behind a building. Mars will be visible, is visible now, so we'll look at that next. And we'll probably look at some asteroids. So yeah. What to do, yeah. Well, so the reason why I did that was because I wanted to get, let me zoom in a little bit here. Let me zoom in even more. It's because I was trying to, there we go, how about that? Which moon is this? This is one of the moons. Let me look at which moon that is. And actually, it looks like there's a moon right above it, which seems odd, but let's look at Stellarium. Oh, I forgot I can't do this. Can I bring up Stellarium here? I can bring up Stellarium here. I actually have Stellarium on the mini PC. So we'll bring this up. Because what I'm actually sharing is the mini PC. I'm not actually sharing my local computer. Now, problem is this mini PC is not the fastest thing. Plus it's doing all this other stuff. Nice level of detail on Jupiter there. Initializing Milky Way, zodiacal lights, yada yada yada. Winds are howling. Oh, from a bomb cyclone? Oh, this... I'm trying to remember if I was in New York when one of those happened. I think I might have missed it. Or maybe I was there. Yeah. Okay, so let's go look. Jupiter real quick. If I can, real quick. Alright. Okay, so the far one is Ganymede, and right on top is Callisto. So that is indeed what we've got here. So Callisto and Ganymede. And I guess the other ones are shy and hiding. Oh, music's a little too loud. Okay, how about that? The problem I have is, like, when I had the hardware encoder, everything was like dialed in and I never changed it. Now the problem with this is it's all running on my computer and it's using a lot of CPU. Let's see what's burning up all the CPU. OBS. Actually, I could quit Stellarium locally since I'm not running it locally. I'm running it on the remote computer. So that'll free up some CPU. It's using a lot of CPU. Oh, you got to see Mars and Jupiter with your trunk scope. Nice. Right, yeah. Same angle. Will this fascination with planets end? Well, I'm not sure I'll be doing a whole lot of... Yeah, never. Oh, about ASTAP. Cool. Okay, is it better? I did turn it down. So it might be okay. I decreased it like 8 or 10 dB, maybe more. I need to go through. I need to delete a lot of the scenes in Stellarium. I mean, it's OBS and redo them because it's kind of annoying. I mean, it's anyway. So that is Jupiter Live. Let me, since this is actually, let me see. I have, okay, cool. Cool. I actually have, you can see in the all sky camera below that I have the Seestar set up. It's reasonably balanced, and I have a what do you call it? A dew shield. The dew shield on it to try to you know, keep things from getting or to block like light pollution and stuff. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Let me make a note to look at that. Oh, nice. So the red spot. Unfortunately, I probably only have a few minutes before Jupiter is behind a building, because you can't actually even see it in the all sky camera anymore. It's actually kind of at the edge of the frame, and unfortunately it will be going behind a building, which is just really kind of frustrating, but which is why I just kind of jumped right into it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that on there for a sec while I go look at something else. Or actually not look at something else, queue up some other things. I actually have Jupiter on the Seestar, but let's see, let me switch views here. Nope. Oh, hey. That's annoying. Let's see. Okay, cool. Okay. I'll be able to drag that on in a sec. Yeah, I need to delete a bunch of these OBS profiles because for whatever reason everything's like the wrong size now. sorry. There is method to my madness. All right. Let's see. Bring up the Seestar. That was actually what I was working on. Funny you should mention that. This is actually the view of Jupiter from the Seestar. Kind of a bit overexposed. Actually, what I need to do, let me go stop and then go to I think moon mode, because unfortunately I don't think the planetary mode works. There we go. It's kind of a bit overexposed, but I think I can fix that. Okay. And unfortunately, let me see if I can bring up the app. Oops. Hopefully I can connect without being next to it. That's so frustrating. It's very frustrating that the let me fiddle around with that. Let me fiddle around with that while I leave it on this view. It's very frustrating because, like, sometimes the app will require it talk to Bluetooth, and then yeah, sub 2 minute stacks. And I think the stacks are only like a minute. I think it's like a continuous rolling one. What's the next comet? I don't know. Yes, this is the Cassegrain on the Jouet Mount. Which actually brings... I'm going to check something here real quick. Oh, hey. It's actually... So I did spend some time on the polar alignment, and it doesn't seem to be drifting. So that's great. Yeah. Nice. All right. I think we're on borrowed time here with Jupiter. I'm trying to get it working on the Seestar. Let me find. It's very frustrating. Because like the app doesn't. Okay. Yeah, let me see that. Yeah, so I have things to talk about with the Starfront on the Starfront front. Wow. So this is a stretched view of the all sky camera from Starfront. Come on. Give me a moment here. All right. Let's see. So here's this is a stretched view of the all sky camera, and this was with like the moon up, so, and it's just with an all sky camera, so yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it's pretty dark out there. Definitely very dark. Just trying to. Let's see. I think it was a ghost. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. Before I forget, don't forget to like the video if you haven't already. It does help, especially on live streams. I'm just watching the Jupiter image there before it goes off the screen. Why won't this? I think the problem is too, it should be able to see the Seestar because it's on the same network as the Seestar, but yet the Seestar app is not. Let me see if there's some other way for me to bring up the app. Oh, actually. So I've got Alp, and yeah, hello human being. Yeah, thanks. That is a moon above Jupiter. It is, I think it was Callisto. Let me bring that up. Where did I quit Stellarium? No. It is, yeah, it's Callisto. And the one to the left is Ganymede. So this over here is Ganymede, and that little tiny one right above Jupiter is Callisto. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, it is kind of neat. And this is live now. Unfortunately, the great red spot is off the frame. But it'll rotate into view in the next hour. But unfortunately, Jupiter is about to go behind a building in my backyard. So let me take a snapshot of that. Okay. So this is kind of what the raw image looks like, just kind of like lots of kind of juddering, whatever you want to call it, but because I'm running this kind of sharpening software where it kind of live stacks it, it cleans it up. Yeah, Jupiter rotates in just under 10 hours. It's like 9.8 hours. It's kind of crazy. And so that's why you can, if you look at it, it actually looks like it's slightly oval. That's actually real. It's not like, it's visibly oval shaped because it's rotating so quickly. So even though it's like 10 times the diameter of Earth, it rotates in less than half the time. So it's moving pretty fast. It's kind of great, yeah. Just trying to, but yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to do all the planets in one shot. I did image Venus earlier today, and I'll bring up that later, or like a little video I did of it. But it's just because my backyard is full of obstructions. And actually, what I was going to do is, I'll bring up Stellarium here locally. But basically, I was going to show kind of where the different planets are right now, because the whole parade of planets is kind of a misnomer, but it's basically most all the planets are visible right now. They're just kind of scattered about or across the sky. But it's still a nice opportunity to see all of the planets at once. So let's see. All right. Cool. I'm just trying to get up this other telescope I have and trying to control it. So that's what I'm kind of working on at the moment. Yeah, yeah. If it was 80 times bigger, it would have become a, or 80 times more massive. Yeah, it would be a star. It'd be like a, and between that and where it is now, it would be like a brown dwarf. So not undergoing sustained fusion, but still kind of glowing a bit. um, in the infrared. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so let me switch screens real quick. Um, sorry, I'm trying to bring up. No, stop, 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 stop. Oh, okay. Will it actually work? I'll put this to the side while this is trying to figure it out. But yeah, let me. Let's. Okay, cool. So I'm going to. Let's see if this works. Okay, nice. All right, so. All right, let us go real quickly over here, and we'll kind of go brief once over. Here, cosmic array is Jupiter through the Seestar with a 4x zoom. You can see, yeah. So as far as what you may have seen, human being, yeah. So yeah, if it doesn't blink, yeah. So it's so if you look towards this, this is the way it would. This is kind of the sky using Stellarium, which is you can download it. It's free. It's available on Mac, Windows, Linux, phones. It's definitely worth checking out. But this is, so the sun is kind of setting to the west here. So this is the way it looked, after, just before sunset. Well, you wouldn't have seen it, but that's what it would have looked like before sunset, looking towards the west. So right after sunset, oops, wrong direction still. So right after sunset, if you look towards where the sun set, well, you won't see Mercury, but about an hour after, I keep doing that, an hour after sunset. Now Saturn will be very low. It was earlier. Earlier it was higher and more visible. Now it's getting kind of close to the sun. It'll be in the morning sky, like in a, I don't know, month or two. But yeah, Venus is probably, it's by far the brightest thing in the sky, besides the moon and the sun, and it's right to the west after sunset. Now, if almost straight overhead is another very bright star, and that's Jupiter, or something that looks like a star, but it's not quite as bright as Venus, and that's what we're looking at right now. So this is, and you can kind of see in the all sky camera below me, or the sky camera, one of the telescopes, the one on the left, is almost pointing straight up because it's looking at Jupiter here. Yeah, it's definitely worth, and plus, like it's neat kind of taking a look because you know, at least you know what you're looking at, which I always, you know. Now if you have binoculars with Venus, you can see a slight crescent, a very tiny crescent, and I'll show you what it looks like with more magnification from when I imaged it earlier today. And Saturn, you can see kind of the rings. Now Neptune's actually in there too, but it's kind of, you really have to know where to look, and it just kind of looks like a blue star, so it's not super prominent, and you can't see it with your eye. Similarly, Uranus is kind of high in the sky. Can't see that without binoculars or a telescope. And then Jupiter after sunset is almost straight up, almost straight overhead. And so that's that. And like I say, that's what we're imaging right here, right now, is Jupiter. And it will be going. Oh, I see it dropping stuff. Okay, it's still visible. It still hasn't gone behind a building, but the atmosphere is like super turbulent today. Like, this is the live view of what the telescope is seeing, but the software, what it does is it just looks at like the best frames and tries to just take those and combine them into the image that we're looking at. But like when there's like a burst of wind and it does that, it gets all blurry. So but since it's only showing like the best frames, this is what it looks like. So it's kind of they call it lucky imaging. Actually, was that there? Did that move from? Has that already moved? Let me look at. Let me look at Jupiter. All right. What is this? Stop. The only problem is like it won't stop moving. That must be a star, because it's not showing a name. Oh wait, no, sorry. What is the time? Let's go look at the time right now. Okay, that's Europa. Wow, that came out of nowhere. So this is Europa now. So that's Europa. This is Ganymede, and Callisto's there. Hello, Cheap Astro. How's it going? Cloud thinned enough to see where the moon was by its glow. Yeah, that's always rough. When that was the way it was here over the last few days. So yeah, that all-sky camera was kind of cool. Or my all-sky camera. It's nice to actually see a star or two. Yeah, 20 plus miles per hour. Hope your scope does won't tip over. Yeah, I mean, you can see, like, looking at my at the live frames, like it's crazy. Like, it's just going. I mean, this isn't an autofocus thing. Like, this is a fixed focus camera, and the fact that it's like blurring that much, that's from just sheer turbulence. Like, that's crazy. It looks like it's like going out of focus. But then you see, like, every once in a while you'll see, like, it looks nice, like, for moments, and the software is like automatically doing that. And you get this, which is cool. Let me double check something. Yeah, I'm actually recording a time lapse of this. It's been going for half an hour. Wow. Lasted longer than I expected, which is good. Oh, hello, Astrocurse. How's it going? Yeah, yeah. So the bright one to the west and low in the sky, within an hour or two after sunset, that was Venus. Yeah, yeah. It's pretty. Live stacking is amazing, especially for this kind of stuff. I mean, I was looking at some images from solar, not solar, images from Earth-based telescopes from like the 90s and before they had this kind of electronic imaging. I mean, they did have some electronic imaging in professional observatories, but they didn't have the software to do this kind of stuff. And like, this is better than some of the very large telescopes, Earth-based telescopes like 20 years ago. Like Hubble was able to do pretty impressive things, but it's above the atmosphere, but it's pretty neat. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The turbulence you're seeing, that's when you're looking at a star, that's why it's twinkling. It's just today is particularly bad because we just had a weather system come through here, and the air is very turbulent. And plus it was really windy. I was sitting outside earlier, and why is this? Okay. Yeah. Well, so straight up, that was Jupiter, and then towards like opposite from where the sun set to the east, like east but up a bit, the reddish one, that's Mars. It's not that faint. It's actually pretty bright. It's probably the brightest thing to the besides Jupiter and Venus. Oh, nice. Colorado Bend State Park. That's awesome. Yeah. I don't know how much longer we have on this image. I don't want to stop it. On the other hand, I don't want it to get blocked. Oh. I think, see, the Seestar, I think, is already obstructed. Yep, see, look, it's disappearing. So I'm going to stop this image. I'm going to stop this stack before it goes bad. Stop the time lapse. Yeah. Because I think it's just a matter of time before this one goes behind the building, because that already happened to this one. Basically the two telescopes you see in the sky camera below me, the one that's on the right is this telescope, and it already saw the Jupiter go behind a building. This one has not yet. That's the one on the left, but I'm kind of surprised it hasn't yet, but I feel like it's just a matter of time before it does. So let me actually it does look like, it's amazing how like it always looks a little funky when you first turn on the live stacking. Like, it goes between being like super clean, and then it just gets all weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's and so as a result, you did see part of what is what they were talking about, the parade of planets, but this is what I was saying, it's kind of a misnomer, because they're not like right near each other. They're like scattered across the sky, but they're all kind of in the evening sky. So if you know where to look, or know where to point binoculars, you can see just about every planet. 3 beer crash. Yikes. Yeah, I was a little concerned about a pier crash on this one, and that's part of the reason why I ended up getting a pier extension. Um, so, hello, Richard. I am in Houston, Texas. I was using a Seestar on this, but it says moon, but it was actually Jupiter. Now, Jupiter went behind a building from the one telescope. The other one, so you can actually see them in the camera, the sky camera below. The right one is the Seestar, and the one on the left is a 6-inch Cassegrain telescope, not a Schmidt Cassegrain, but a classic Cassegrain. Anyway, it's a higher focal length, so it's capable of kind of imaging Jupiter more close up. Yeah, two moons. This is Callisto, this is Europa, and actually down, is it still there? Yeah, down here, this is Ganymede, right there. I probably could have made it a little bit brighter. Let's see. Oops, that's probably too bright. Actually, is it about to go behind a building? No? Look at how turbulent it is. But then when it's like stable, it captures the stable images, stacks them, and then processes them into this. But when there's a bunch of turbulence, it kind of gets fuzzier. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it is and it isn't. Yeah, thumbs up please if you haven't liked the video. It does help these kind of live streams. Yeah, so the it happens periodically, realistically. Right now Saturn is kind of getting closer to the sun, and it's going to be on the other side of the sun, which will mean it'll be visible in the morning. Mercury wasn't part of the parade, as it were, because it was too close to the sun. So really that left Mars, Jupiter, and Mars. Well, it was Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, and Mars. And Uranus and Neptune were there, but those aren't naked eye anyway. Oh, look at it. I think it's fading. I think it may finally. Yeah, it's finally going behind the building. So that's okay. So we'll move on to another target on this one. So yeah, Venus, I'll show you what Venus looked like up close. I did this earlier, and actually what I will do, I did it as an unlisted stream. I'm gonna make it public, but for the time being, since it's unlisted, you can go to it directly. You can look at it later, and I'll add it to the description in this video after I'm done. But that's a video to a link to an unlisted video I did earlier of Venus, and so I'll show you what Venus looks like. Now I actually did that 2 hours before sunset today. It was actually kind of a bit of a challenge, because it's kind of hard. Venus is quite bright, but it's still kind of hard to see during the day. You really have to know where to look. So let's bring this up. Sharp cap, and it was today. I added a photo. I'll look at that in a sec. But this was that was a fuzzy image of Venus. Yeah, okay, these are better. Um, no, that. Yeah, so this was earlier. This was Venus earlier today. I know it doesn't look like Venus, but it was using the same technique of imaging it, taking like a bunch of the software took a ton of photos of it, and then it kind of took the best ones and then kind of stacked them together and then sharpened them, and so you can see it. There isn't really any detail in the crescent because Venus is covered with clouds, but that was it earlier. But yeah, this was just kind of just the video I took of the. But if I can go look at solar Venus, so if you look at the raw kind of footage, see, you can see it was the same thing. So you could tell it was a crescent with this telescope. Like you'd see a small crescent with binoculars, but with this telescope kind of zoomed in, you could see this was the raw footage coming, like what you saw earlier when I kind of checked that box and you could see how Jupiter was wobbling. This is what I was seeing of Venus earlier, and I linked to it in that YouTube in an unlisted video, so you can. I didn't narrate it. I was like sitting in the backyard, and I didn't have a microphone on me, so but basically, kind of running the images of Venus through the same software, you get a crescent like this. So it's kind of cool. Let me go look at the comments. Yeah, yeah, because Uranus and Neptune, and I'll show that in a second because I actually got it on the Seestar, but it's really kind of, I mean, at least, yeah, it basically it looks like a star, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and it goes through phases too. This was a question that people have asked me, or you don't necessarily think about, but like Jupiter, you don't see a crescent. You see a crescent moon, but you don't see a crescent Jupiter. You don't see a crescent Saturn. It's because basically planets that are outside of Earth's orbit, you don't see crescents. So you don't see a crescent Mars or Jupiter or Saturn. But planets inside of Earth's orbit, so Mercury and Venus, you can actually see crescents. So the position of Venus, since it's actually kind of as far away from the sun in our sky as you tend to see it, so it's kind of like if the sun's here, and sometimes, it's Venus is close, sometimes it's further away, and depending on like where it is in its orbit, you end up with this nice crescent. And so it's small, but it's visible in binoculars. You can tell that there's a little crescent there. Yeah, Stellarium is great. Yeah, exactly. People don't expect that from planets. Like we have this idea that it's just the moon that you see. But yeah, it was a tiny. I mean, you could kind of tell like that video where it was bouncing around. It's smaller. It's comparable in size in the sky to Jupiter, a little smaller, I think. But yeah, it's something you don't necessarily really think about. But so yeah, that was earlier today, and actually, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Let's see. Can I even see it in here? Oh yeah, here. Um, it's to show you kind of how hard it is to really see it. Um, so this was, I was sitting in a chair kind of next to the telescope, and I actually had a hard time seeing this. Like, it looks really prominent, or more prominent in this photo, but like if you were just looking up, you wouldn't necessarily see it. It became easier to see once I knew it was kind of near the gutter. Um, but otherwise, and this was like 2 hours before sunset, and the sun was kind of behind a building, so it was kind of easier. But even then, you just have this featureless blue, and your eye doesn't really have anything to focus on. But then, if you kind of know where to look, you can see Venus. And yeah, so I started imaging it about 2 hours before sunset, even though the sky, and it just shows how bright Venus is too. Like, to correctly expose Venus, to not make it too bright, the sky ends up dark. I mean, you can tell it's kind of a blue cast to it, but it was daytime when I was doing that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Crescent planets are not a. Yeah, you don't think about it, but yeah, I mean, the only time you'll see like a photo of crescent, like Jupiter or Saturn, it's from the space probes that we sent past those planets. But like from Earth, you never see it crescent. Um, let's see. So next, so that was Venus. Venus from earlier, Jupiter from live, and trying to think if I can easily show you. How can I easily show this? Well, I'll think about that. But basically, I was going to try to bring up an image of Uranus from earlier, but let's go look at Mars. Let's see. So here is the software, and so let me go, and I want to increase the exposure because basically for the software to kind of figure out where it is in the sky, it has to be able to see planets. And right now, this is all brown because it's literally pointing at a building right now. It's just I made the exposure brighter so you can tell that it's pointing at something. So let's look at Mars. And let's go to, and you'll start seeing it moving in the camera below. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder what it was. Have not seen Mercury through a scope. Yeah, Mercury is kind of challenging. It really is. It really is challenging to see because it's it tends to be so low in the sky after sunset or just before sunrise. Yeah. What if Venus and Mars swapped orbits? Yeah, then you'd see a crescent Mars. I mean, there'd be some disruption. There'd be some disruption of I might have to adjust the exposure, sorry. Yeah, let me stop this. And actually what I can do is, give me a sec here. We'll go to this. This is a slightly better view. Looks fuzzy. I have? No, I think I need to decrease the gain, increase the exposure. Yeah, maybe 3 seconds. Uh-oh. I'm looking at the all sky camera. I think it was snagged. Let me I'll have to take a look at that. What is it pointing at? Let me try to... What is this pointing at? Indeed, no dozer. I might need one. Triangulum, unfortunately, I think is obstructed right now. I'll check in a sec. Oh. I didn't change it back to the full sensor size. Basically, you can tell the software to just kind of focus in on part of the sensor, which is helpful when you're doing stuff with planets, but for normal astronomy stuff, it's not too helpful. Okay, this is better. Okay, so after that gets that, okay, we've got planets now. Okay, let's see, can it figure out where we are? Yep. So, we're still trying to get to Mars. Air compressor, yeah. Okay, it should, there we go. Massively overexposed Mars. So let's fix this. It's so bright and shiny. Okay. So now... basically I'm just like setting the exposure to try to not be too bright. So let's do this again. Specify kind of a subset of the image. And actually, I'll point the other telescope, the Seestar, at Mars as well. There we go. So you can see it's kind of wobbly. So I'm just gonna, that little video I took, I was showing of Venus. I'm doing the same thing right here, just shooting a little video, which lets me kind of, you know, process it later. So I'm just going to do a 30-second exposure here, and then we will bring it up in that live capture, that live stacking mode, and so we can take a look at it. And I'll also work on getting not Jupiter, see if I can get that image of Uranus up. Okay, almost done. Doesn't look quite as wobbly as Jupiter so far. famous last words, but Okay. So we'll go live stack. And let me pin this. All right. I have different presets in here, so let me load this preset. And do I want to do realign color channels? Preset stack. Let me zoom in. The color's weird. I'm gonna fix the color here. There we go. Let me increase the exposure here. There we go. Okay. Now, Mars is just that much smaller of a target. Like it's starting to get pixelated here, so I'll just keep it at 200%. But you can see the white on the south is the polar cap. Is it wobbly? It's the atmosphere. It's very windy and turbulent. Yeah. And so it's basically the same reason why stars twinkle, because stars are like almost points of light. They're effectively points of light. They're like super small, and so that wobbliness will like greatly kind of like sometimes the light goes to your eye, or sometimes not all of it does, kind of like how Jupiter was occasionally like defocusing. Venus, I mean, the planets are so tiny, I mean, the stars are so tiny that basically any little bit of turbulence, any little breeze, wind in the upper atmosphere will cause it to like them to kind of get brighter and dimmer. The planets, since they're like tiny disks, you don't tend to see that effect, although if it is windy enough you might see them change brightness a little bit. Yeah, the polar cap really popped. I'm gonna try fiddling with the exposures. Yeah, no, I did. I think I don't know if I brought it up on screen. I thought I did, but I saw the message. I'm not sure if I can see triangulum. Yeah, I only saw once before, but let me bring up this. Let me see. And just to show how bad my backyard is, given that it's black here, that means it's behind. Yeah, it's basically behind a building to the west. So just like Jupiter just disappeared, well, actually the time's a little, yeah, Jupiter disappeared. M33 is, yeah, behind a building. Now, if I had unobstructed skies, I'd be able to take a look at it, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Yeah, and I forgot to mention it earlier, but if you haven't joined the Discord server, you should definitely check it out. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, it basically I'm clicking on a it's a plugin I have, but basically when I click on a message, it brings it into stream. But I'm reading. I have the stream, the chat right here. Now that said, it doesn't hurt to check, because sometimes this chat will freeze on me, and you'll hear me say like, I don't know why I didn't see any of these messages, because it'll just like not send me messages for like 10 minutes. Yeah. And then sometimes when I click on them, they won't come on the screen. Like there'll be some glitch. because the thing I'm running is like a third-party thing. Anyway, so no, I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask. But yeah, I can't see Triangulum right now from my backyard. But it is up. It would be visible if I didn't live in a volcano practically. Um, but yeah, so this is. Let me try fiddling with this settings here. Let's see. I did these wavelets. Yeah, and so like the default is kind of fuzzy. But if I just kind of do this, see, then it like has artifacts. So it's kind of, you gotta kind of be subtle with it. So, I mean, a lot of times what I'll do is I'll do this and then kind of back off on the detail, or back off on it, just to try to bring out some extra detail. Actually, just the fine detail kind of helps. But I'll probably just go back to the preset I have, which was the second one. And of course it does weird things to the color. So I just reset the color. Like I say, the problem is Mars is fairly small in the sky, so with this telescope, although it can image the polar cap, it's missing some fine detail. If I could consistently get my polar alignment accurate, I would probably do what do you call it? I would probably put a Barlow in this telescope, which would give me a 2x zoom, and so Mars would be twice as big. When are you going to make videos again? I am planning on taking all the video I shot on my trip to Starfront and making a video out of it. And I have a few other video ideas of things that I plan on trying to do. At least one other one this month. I mean, given that we're halfway through the month, I think I need to start somewhere, so that's the plan. Now, let me try to get Mars on the Seestar. Let me take a sip of water first, though. It's a cold front came through here, and things are drier. Plus, I ended up driving to what do you call it, to Starfront over the weekend. And Starfront is a remote observatory, or where you can host telescopes, and yeah, it was cool. I dropped off, for those who didn't know, the Seestar telescope. I dropped off one of my Seestars at Starfront, and so my hope is, as far as the question about Triangulum, like once that telescope is hooked up at Starfront, I'll be able to I would be able to image it remotely. So here's Mars in on the with the Seestar, and you can tell it's a disk, but I mean it's not really. I mean, there's a limit in what it can do. Like, it's not a what do you call it? Like, it's good for intermediate and wide field things, but for these kind of small targets, it's definitely a little bit. It definitely has. There's a limit to what it can do. That's weird. I'm like messing around with the exposure with the app, but it's not cooperating. Maybe, oh, there we go. There we go. Let me dim it a little bit more. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, you can really see how it's kind of fluctuating in brightness, but it doesn't get some of the detail because it's a much wider field of view. That said, it's not a nightmare to get it to recognize where it's pointing at in the sky. Yeah, let me see. NGC 2169. Let's see. 2169. Okay. See you later, or see you in a bit. Okay. Oh, the 37 shopping cart, the little Pleiades. Let me, that might actually be a good one to point. Oops. Let me see. If I change to the Seestar's field of view, maybe I'll point the Seestar at that. NGC 2169. Okay, since the Seestar is, I can leave this pointing at Mars for the time being, and I still need to figure out how to get the images of Uranus on the screen. I forgot one of the other things earlier today. I was imaging, but I didn't stream it, but did I even? Well, I might not have even recorded it. I was also viewing the sun earlier. Which one is this one? Oh, here, yeah. So I was also imaging the sun. You can see it's rotating because of the mount I was using, but there were some nice flares along the edge and some filaments. This isn't a visible light telescope or a white light telescope. It's a hydrogen alpha telescope, so you can see some of the detail. Oh. No, never mind. And before I forget, for those who were tracking the Mead Corona auction, don't forget the I'm trying not to forget that there's going to be another tranche of things going up for sale tomorrow. The trying to think where the link to it was. There we go. It's going to be solar stuff. Oh, they sold out the 8-inch ones. Those were the last ones to sell out, but it looks like they finally sold them out. But there's going to be solar related telescopes and stuff going up for sale tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that. I'm trying to not forget. I think what ended up happening is I had the all-sky camera a little too close to the to the main telescope, and I think it snagged the cord, knocked the all-sky camera over. Okay, here is. I like that. It's like, don't do it until I have a shot at it first. Yeah, I mean, I do have a solar telescope, but on the auction they had some nice ones. These what were they? The Solar Max. Yeah, it was this. Solar Max 3. I don't know if it was this one. But whichever model it was, like they're normally like thousands of dollars. I mean, quite a few $1,000s. And so if they go on sale for a lot less, could be worth it if you're in the market for a solar step. Yeah. Yeah. And the one thing I guess I hadn't realized is these are convertible ones. Kind of like the Lund has the same thing. Interesting. It's like they have the website ready to go because they've got the verbiage updated, but the price I guess hasn't been updated. Hopefully. But yeah, it's 90mm, double stack, blocking filter, dual speed focuser, solar range. Is this the one? I thought it was convertible. Maybe not. Because I know that was the thing with one of the Lund ones. You could convert it into you could remove the solar bits and use it as a normal refractor. Maybe not. Because that would be good. I mean, that would make it even more more versatility if you could remove the solar bits. But I don't see that. I thought I'd seen it on. Maybe it was a different model. Anyway, they're pretty neat, and I like the way they look too. I mean, it's not just a white or something. It's gold for solar scope. Anyway, they're kind of cool. We'll see. We'll see what prices they go for, but that's going to be tomorrow. So keep an eye out for it. And then they're going to have the larger aperture telescopes on Thursday, I think. And I'm guessing that's the Dobsonian telescopes that were in the auction, but I do wonder if it also includes the like they had a couple of 16-inch of the Schmidt-Cassegrain telescopes in the auction, and I didn't see those mentioned when they kind of when they did the first round of sales at High Point. So I wonder if the 16-inch will be part of that, because I'm sure that it won't be cheap. I mean, it'll be cheaper than it went for new, but it won't be cheap. Okay, so here's the 37 cluster. Let me bring this up. This has actually been tracking pretty well, so that's good. At least the time I spent trying to polar alignment wasn't a total waste. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's a great one, because with like the images I take with mine, I have like it's basically the same. It was the intro level solar scope that they had through that Coronado had, that became part of Meade. Um, and with mine, I can it's just a 40 millimeter, and I can image, and it's a single stack, not a double stack. So with double stack, you get more detail, more fine detail, and with a higher focal length, you'd get in closer to the details. So you could actually probably, like when you see kind of closer ups of prominences or sunspot groups or whatever. Um, that's kind of why I had been looking at it, to try to kind of get closer up stuff. And you can still do. People use those to take like full disk images. You just have to do mosaic, and like in the case of Sharp Cap, it does support doing like solar and lunar mosaics. I think it supports solar mosaics. Um, but yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I did. Oh wow, cool. Yeah, I have the PST. Yeah, the prominences. There was one. I can't bring it. I can't get it easily, but and sometimes you'll see these kind of eruptions of a large amount of material. I was actually imaging the sun a couple weeks ago on a live stream, and at the very end of the live stream, like a couple of things happened before the sun went behind a building, and one of them is like something started kind of erupting off the side of the sun, and it just kept shooting off kind of in a line. It was kind of weird. Like you could see it. Like I think I ended up putting the mouse by it, and you could see that it was like slowly getting bigger, and it was like, and the crazy thing is like it was bigger than the Earth at that point. So that thing was like it was moving at a fast, very high velocity. Let me check something here. Sorry, I'm behind on my. Oof. Oh, before I forget, I want to just double check something real quick. Remember I mentioned I dropped a telescope off at Starfront, and I want to see if anything. Okay, cool. Oh, I take it back. That stretched image that Jeff shared of the sky from Starfront. I don't know what I wasn't thinking. The sun, the moon isn't up, so that the bright thing in there was probably Venus in that all sky view. Anywho, let's see. Let us see. I just wanted to check to make sure that there wasn't something that I was missing. All right. Yeah, Yeah, I mean that's one of my kind of dilemmas is, how much do I want to spend on solar equipment going in, we've already passed the peak of the solar maximum. That said, I don't know, might be a couple more years before it kind of really starts quieting down. And even then, if I recall correctly, even when there's like not many sunspots, there's still like stuff going on the sun, and when you're imaging in like hydrogen alpha, like you'll see that stuff. Um, yeah, so much to image. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm starting to come up with a list, and things like triangulum. Like I can't image it right now. Like that's always my answer. It's like, oh, it's up. I just can't image it. But that won't be a problem anymore. Yeah, when will that? I'm not sure. They did say so. When I dropped it off, I did ask, like, do they have a backlog? And he said, no. They do sometimes have backlogs when, like, they get a bunch of scopes at once. Um, they had 20 scopes, I think, that they were installing. Um, and so I think mine might have been one of the 20. And I know they were installing some yesterday and some today, so I'm guess like it's clear there tonight. It was clear last night. I don't know if it's I know over the next week it's going to be clear 2 or 3 days. So my guess slash hope is that it'll get installed sooner rather than later, but first light probably will be basically the next time it's clear. Um, yeah, cloudy every day. Um, yeah, yeah, get a solar scope and they'll be cloudy every day. Oh, nice. Nice. Great. Glad, yeah. Well, maybe I didn't emphasize that as much. That there's people who were waiting for it. I should have played that up. I really should have. Because I was talking to them because this will be the first equatorial mode Seestar, and Jeff is sending one like in a few days, and I told them that there was another one that'll be basically almost the same configuration, and they're like, great, because they haven't done an Alp configuration. They haven't done a Seestar with Alp and a Raspberry Pi. As a matter of fact, I saw when I looked in, because I looked at all each of the buildings, and I got like a mini tour since I showed up there. Um, I saw a Seestar S30 in there in one of the buildings, and Bray, one of the kind of co-founder of Starfront, he said it was one of the employees. It was one of their Seestars that they had sitting on a pier. So, but since they're there, they probably are they could just use the app directly, stand next to it and do it. But for everybody else, people are running Mac Minis. So nobody's run a Pi yet. So yeah, I was like kind of showing them, explaining to them all the stuff. I mean, there wasn't that much. It was like the Raspberry Pi, travel router, which I use, and the Seestar itself, and the wedge. And he was like asking, what wedge it was, and I was like pulling it out of the box. He's like, "Oh, William Optics," like before I even had a chance to answer. And but yeah, I didn't play that up. I didn't tell him. I should have that. That there were people waiting, asking me about it. Maybe I'll send him a message. I mean, I just dropped it off yesterday evening, or late afternoon, like around 3 or 4 p.m. And so yeah, I'll bet they. Hopefully not. I mean, I did explain to them kind of the process, and I told them like one of the things is, because of the way the Seestar is, the axis is, that it's like not, you set the latitude not to the latitude, but 90 degrees minus the latitude. And he was like, he got it. He was like, that's good. Oh, that's fine. And the Raspberry Pi, they were asking about the alignment on that, and I mentioned in Alp, since it's got this what do you call it? If you go in here, there's this PA refinement screen where it will kind of do repeated plate solving, and I was explaining that to him, and he's like, oh, kind of like Nina. And I'm like, yeah, kind of like that, where it just is repeatedly plate solving and tells you like how much to adjust it. And so he was fine with that. Now apparently the way they usually polar line things is they'll use sharp cap because I mean, if you think about it, the average setup there, they can just plug the camera. I mean, most people probably use a small set of cameras. They can just plug a camera right into a laptop, the camera itself, not even worry about whatever kind of computer the person is running. Just plug their camera into one of their laptops, and then run SharpCap and do the alignment through SharpCap. So I was like, okay, well, it's kind of like that, except you'll have to pull up a browser and point it at this. But because I did include a travel router, I told them that they could just plug, like if the laptop has Ethernet, they could just plug it into the travel router, and then they'd be on kind of the little network, that kind of the network with the Seestar and the Raspberry Pi, and then they could pull up this web page without me having to do anything else. So we'll see. As part of the onboarding process, they have you enter a ticket and kind of explain everything or do whatever, any instructions. So I just kind of went over the things that I mentioned to them in person and told them kind of what I just mentioned. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of generally did it, and I kind of repeated it in the ticket that I opened, that you open once they get the delivery. And yeah, so once that happens, once they pick up the ticket, yeah, they just need to point it at this URL, and then I think, I mean, they've set up hundreds of telescopes. I think it's just a slight variation on the kinds of things that they've done before. To be able to see Mac, just see Mac. Yeah, no. I mean, honestly, like some people were having like the power button east or west, but honestly, there were rumors that the first party equatorial support that Seestar is going to be coming out with, supposedly they were gonna, their recommendation would be to have the power button up, whereas most people have been kind of like having the power button east or west when it's parked. But I didn't realize that, and actually, I mean, I knew people were doing east or west, but for whatever reason, the way my mount worked, I was just always had the power button up and I never had any issues with it. So I think that was the way I had it attached to the mount when I gave it to him. The power button was up, so I think it'll be fine. But we'll see if not. No, doesn't. Let me check. No, it doesn't, but they have reply, the ability to reply on it, so it's open, and no reply yet. But to be fair, like I dropped it off and I drove like 200 miles before I opened the ticket. I was like stopped for dinner, and I went ahead and opened the ticket. So it wasn't until like they were probably already doing stuff for the evening last night. But I mean, I did see that it's not like they have a non-zero amount of telescopes. So when he said there's no backlog, I mean, it's not like a week-long backlog, but um, since I just did drop it off, I don't know when it'll go in. But uh, it did sound like it doesn't necessarily go in same day. So, um, but that was my expectation that it wouldn't go in same day. Um, I mean, it's one of those things I've been suffering with Bortle 9 for so long. It's I can wait a couple more days. um, but yeah, I should have told them. How many staff on duty at night? Well, I think they all are there. Um, like, I think. I mean, I don't know how long they're there, or I shouldn't say there. I think they live on site. Um, like the three people I saw there, I think they live there on site. I don't know how many other people there might be there. I only saw the three when I first got there. But it was early afternoon, and I've seen people on the cameras in the evening, like out doing stuff, because like they are there in case, like, as remote hands. So if like something goes wrong, they did mention what was it? Like there's people who have Ross's shooting mono, the shooting mono uh, cameras, and so they replace the people at Starfront replace the filters. So they're like, could you put the blue filter in or whatever, the HA filter or the O03 whatever, and they do that. So he said it doesn't take them long to do it, but that's part of what they do there. So they're I think they're there throughout the night. Somebody is, and people are living. They're basically they're on site. Yep. Okay. Let me go back to this. And trust me, I'm really looking forward to having this in place, because for many reasons. But even just things like, can you image triangulum, or I could do. I mean, they'd be tiny, but I could do the parade of planets. I could do them all in one shot. Yeah, prison guard problem in Sol 47. Yeah, pretty much. It's like telescope locked up in building 3. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I am too. I mean, like I say, I mean, I've been kind of accumulating a list of things, and like one of the big ones is going to be well, I mean, there's so many things. I can't even just say one. Like, there's a whole bunch of nebulas I haven't been able to image, or not image very well, like the Witch Head Nebula. Things. It'll open up the amount of time I can image, as far as, like, right now, it has to be high enough in the sky from the east, but it can't be too far west for me to be able to image it. Whereas now, I mean, at Starfront, I'll be able to image like a wider swath of sky. Also, a lot of times I don't want to leave the telescope out overnight because we have rainstorms that crop up. And whereas at Starfront, it's like they close the roofs. And yeah, so to that point, I think they I don't know how much of it's automated and how much of it they do manually, but I know sometimes when weather conditions warrant, they'll close the roofs in the middle of the night. So, so I know there's some level of monitoring going on. But anyway, yeah. So there's just a lot of different things. Like I'll be able to set up something and let it run all night, whereas I don't do that today because, like I say, this being near the Gulf, like thunder, random rain showers will just kind of roll in off the Gulf in the middle of the night, and in the morning there'll be like puddles outside and it'll be blue sky, and it was blue sky when I went to bed, and it's not dew, it was like rain that happens at like 4 in the morning or something, and so I just can't leave my scopes out, general as a matter of kind of safety. Whereas since it's managed and it's also in a much drier area, I don't have to worry about it. So there's many reasons I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, so other things that I had on the list today, I still haven't. Let me figure out how I can get to the image of Uranus. Oh, did that get saved? Let me see. Oh man, do they have 10-foot barbed wire fence and guard dogs? It's funny. It's like it's so remote out there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they have some level of security. I take it back. It's not. They have some level. There is some security there. Yeah, the witch head. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Everything should be better, faster. Yeah. That's Mars, and on the south side you can see the white there. That is the polar cap of Mars. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and for me it's just so much of a difference. Oh man, hello Kevin, good evening, how's it going? No gazing in Minnesota. -24 high of -10. Yikes. Yeah, Venus probably did go under the horizon because it sets, let me see, where do I, okay, let's see, at least here, Venus is about to set here, but I'm in Texas, so if you're further east, then it definitely would have set by now. Oh no, I take it back. It has set here. I didn't have the time right, so yeah. If you're central or east, it has set. Oops. All right. Okay. The 37 is done. All right. Let me. Huge red. One huge red button. Yeah, I don't know how they do it, but I know they recently, like I'm on their Discord server, and there were some people talking about how it was like at 1 in the morning last week, the roofs all closed, and I guess it was because it got up to like 100% humidity, and like dew was starting to form, and so they closed the roofs because otherwise everything ends up soaked. Probably fog too, but yeah. Oh, so that was something. I don't know how to do it yet with Alp, but yes, they do have sensors they do have an indicator, because I don't know the specifics, but people were saying that they're able to configure it in Nina, and like you can add it to your schedule where don't start the schedule unless the roof is open. And it's a per building signal. So if you're in building 3, you'll get an indicator that the building roof 3 is open, and then your schedule can like kick off, or so that way it doesn't even try to start if the roof is closed. Have sky painted on the inside. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's small and it's seasonal, but yeah, it's definitely it's there. Yeah. I mean, you're about the same kind of longitude as me, so yeah, it's already set here, fairly recently, but it definitely is set. Let me see here. Okay. I'm trying to find. Oh, that's why. Okay, here it is. Here we go. It's not like super impressive. Gosh, how can I get this over here? Let's see. Give me a second here. Let me check here. Okay. Library. Okay, cool. Let me see if it's synchronized over here. There's method to my madness. What I'm working on right now. Oh, okay. I need to plug in this laptop before it okay. So again, it's not super impressive, but earlier today, because the problem was after it kind of got dark after sunset, Jupiter was getting close to kind of going behind a building, but Uranus was even closer. And so I took a photo of it, and it's not really much to look at. It's basically, it looks like a blue star. But that's basically what I had imaged earlier today. I don't think this is a moon or anything. I think they're all too dim and too close to be visible with this telescope, because this is the Seestar, which has, like when I was looking at Mars with this, or Jupiter, it was like much smaller. But yeah, Uranus is, if you know where to look, it looks like a blue star, which is still cool. Like, it's a planet that most people don't really look at much. Yeah, funny you should mention that. I actually did ask if they have any plans for solar scopes, because all the buildings are only, open during the night. And specifically, they get really, they open when the sun is like almost set, but and the only reason they open early or close late is so that people can do sky flats. People who do sky flats who don't have like their own, flat uh, kind of what do you call it? They have like these lights that retract. For if you don't have one of those gadgets, which is understandable because most people probably don't. But if you do sky flats, they have the roof open around twilight, but nothing specifically solar. So I asked him, I asked Bray Falls about it, and he said there have been a few inquiries, but he thinks it's he they have asked, people have asked, not many. um, so no plans, but I have a feeling that if more people ask, they would consider it. I wish you could afford a good scope. Yeah. So yeah, the Seestar S30, like the images I was shooting here. This is just a live view, but the cluster I was looking at over here, that was with the Seestar S50, but the S30 produces very good images, and Cosmic Ray, I know specifically, has shared a lot of images that he's taken with an S30, and they're great. Now the problem is with Saturn's rings, they're small, so it's kind of like a trade-off. You can either get like small details on planets, or you can like image a bunch of other things. And so the Seestar is kind of, you can see that Saturn has kind of rings. I mean, it looks oblong, like it has rings, but you're not going to see like fine detail in the rings. But that said, you can image, galaxies and nebulas and star clusters and a ton of other things. So it is more general. Yeah. No, and so the cool thing, the good thing for everybody, well, I shouldn't say this way. The good thing is, since I'm going to have a telescope there and you're going to have a telescope there, I think it's going to add some things to Alp that it didn't have before. Like you say, some of this kind of automation stuff. I need to look into that. Yeah. There's probably a Python module, come to think of it. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, we're going to have to add that kind of stuff. And maybe the thing is through the Indy support. Like that Indy driver that can be used by Stellarium to get the information out. Maybe there's something in there that we can have Alp talk to the Indy driver, and then, or query an Indy driver to pull the information from the roof. I have a feeling. Yeah, let's get something else. I agree. Could you see Jupiter's moons? Yes, definitely. Actually, I'll show you. I'll show you real quick here. Because I was just looking at. Oops. Let's see. Planetary. Yeah, so let me actually see if I can see that here. Okay. Let's see. Helps if I know how to type. Okay. There. Let's see. Okay. course, that would be too easy. Actually, can I do it here? Seestar album. Yeah. Okay, give me a sec here. Man, I've taken a lot of images with the sun. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to. 10 seconds. December. Let's see, I'm just trying to bring up this. Give me a moment. These albums. I have so many albums here. Okay. December. Oh, and to the question about Saturn. So here is a whole bunch of images of hold on. Okay, sure, fine. Albums. Okay. I don't like how this is working. Sorry, I'm just trying to get. It's very frustrating because like they don't. The Apple Photo app is not the best about. Anyway, give me a sec. Sorry, what in the world? Yeah, Saturn's rings are edge on. Oh, Chuck's astrophotography has something about the roof up, and that's cool. That's good to know. I was trying to find these images of. Oh, that's why I was going the wrong direction. Yeah, so as far as Saturn, this was a photo I took when Saturn was near the moon back in November. And I did a zoom in, and I mean, you can't see like a ton of details, but you can tell it's Saturn. Yeah, you can see them, and like I say, you know, you're not going to see a ton of detail, but here you can see. Still haven't gotten S30. What is going on? That is crazy. Yeah, I mean, it was, it's just like a bunch of debris. Yeah, deep learning. Okay, cool. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I always like rocks. You know, one place you can go is, well, you can get them a lot of places, but I got some meteor pieces at Meteor Crater out in Arizona. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, I mean, the moon's kind of overexposed, but I was trying to get Saturn, um, so you can kind of see it was. But see, when I tried to expose for the moon, Saturn was like barely visible, so that's why I kind of changed the exposure of the moon to be really bright. But that was back in November, and these were all taken with my Seestar S50. Yeah, so like this is the Crab Nebula supernova remnant, and I have particularly bad skies here, like some of the worst light polluted skies. So other people get much better results than I do. So there's a very good chance that if you get a scope like this, you'll get much better results than I do with mine. I'm not finding it. It's frustrating. But basically, I was trying to find. All that was because I was trying to find the moons of Jupiter with the Seestar. Yeah, there's a lot of rocks and other stuff. Oh yeah, petrified wood. That's cool. I think they're still importing them, but I would have thought it would have been. I would have thought it would have, like, especially because Chris had ordered his so long ago. Yeah. Let me plug this in, and let's get a target on the other Seestar, or on the Seestar. Let me see, where is this actually still stacking? Okay, cool. It's been going for 40 minutes. Okay. Actually, let me check to see how much longer I can image Mars. Okay. Okay, I'm good on time. There's a reason I'm curious. So let's get another thing. Okay, that's cool. Right. Right, so that took a couple months. So if Chris ordered in December, yeah, still might be okay. Yeah, I know how that goes. You get something like that, and then it's like try to find it. Okay, let me look at the list here of targets, and I also have all these things for okay, sorry. I'm just looking for things to, and of course I've got like things to do at image at Starfront. Well, let me look at something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like basically the nice thing about Stellarium is I kind of, especially once I added the kind of outline of my skies, I'm able to work around it. So I can see what's currently visible, what's, you know, visible an hour or two from now. Now the problem is, like, a lot of the Orion stuff is now kind of rotated out. You know what? You know, I started imaging this the other day, and I wonder how the conditions, if the conditions are good for Thor's helmet. I know I imaged that not that long ago, but I'm going to image it with the Seestar. Image, get description. And it'll be really interesting to see how quickly I'll be able to get data at Starfront. View, astro defoliation. Yeah. I've seen. I don't know if people had the actual thing. Yeah, it may have been like some chemistry department or something. Yes. I need to do custom Stellarium background. And dang it, I missed an opportunity. Maybe I can talk to them about them doing a Stellarium background at Starfront. Clear some old trees. Yeah, make a literal table of elements. When I saw the physical table, I think, like, there's things that are gases that you would have to have like in a vial, but then the radioactive ones, I think, were the most problematic ones. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, and what do you call it? Okay. Yeah, this is I always drop the link for this, but the video I linked is by Cheap Astro, and where he shows how to take a photo, like a 360 photo, and load it in as a custom background in Stellarium. Yeah, so definitely recommend checking that out, and yes, I need to do it myself, because I've shared that link with many people, but I have not done it myself, and I definitely should. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. Like, the moon isn't up yet, and even though the transparency is lousy, or no, the seeing is lousy, but the transparency is actually okay tonight, because the front kind of cleared out the skies. So yeah, it's starting to show. It's actually starting to show some helmet there after only a couple minutes, which is cool. It's got a bunch of modeling there, but that's okay. Let's see. All right. Oh. Okay, what happened? I didn't think this would have gone behind a building already, but maybe it did. Yeah, I guess it went through a bit, went behind a building, but that's okay. Let me look here. Wonder how long that it had been. Yeah, I wonder how long it had been like that. Let me go look at stack of Jupiter here. Oh, you know why we didn't see Europa? It was in Jupiter's shadow. Like look at that, how you can tell the way it emerges there. It was in Jupiter's shadow and it came out. This is one of the things when I did that. I was doing a time lapse of Jupiter, and it creates like a little GIF. um, and you can see Calypso moving back and forth. So I have it create a GIF and then kind of reverse back and forth, so you can see how Europa just kind of appears. Unfortunately, this isn't letting me zoom it in, but I'll definitely have to pull this into an editor and but that's really cool. Actually, now let me. It's a 10 gigabyte file. Jeez. Let me try to play this. Let's see if I can. Of course, it doesn't let me zoom in, but yeah. So this is a slower time lapse. So should appear. Let me try to. Okay, let me back it up there. So if you look right here, you'll see it starts slowly. Maybe I'll have to take this file in and speed it up, but you can see how it like fades in. Because I was like, wait, why didn't I see this earlier? It's because it was being eclipsed by Jupiter. That is cool. It just kind of like, see that? That is awesome. Because it was like, it made no sense. I'm like, why do I now see Europa? It shouldn't have just like come out that quickly from behind Jupiter. It's because it was in Jupiter's shadow. That is cool. That was unexpected. Cool. Not only did we see Jupiter, we saw an eclipse of Europa. That is wild. Yeah, that is wild. Yeah. Yeah. And there is software that kind of also helps make those panoramas. That is really cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to crop this and just try to get out Europa. Like, look at that. Because, like, it doesn't just suddenly appear. It, like, fades. So, like, that had to have been an eclipse. Neat. Yeah. Yeah, we saw a Jupiter, or a total, uh, yeah, a total eclipse of Europa. That genuinely was unexpected. I mean, there's always something going on with Jupiter, but that's cool. Yeah, really cool. Yeah, no, it would be cool. True. Oh, a double shadow transit. That would be cool. Yeah, I mean, I've seen like one shadow where one of the moons is casting a shadow onto Jupiter, but seeing two of them at once, that would be cool. Because they look weird. It's like a black, like it's like there's a hole in Jupiter. It looks really weird. Um, but yeah, that was unexpected. I did not expect that. I mean, I just kind of chalked it up. It's like, oh, maybe there was some kind of processing glitch for some reason that it didn't make any sense. Because, like, why wouldn't I have seen it before? But yeah, so that's why. That's why we didn't see it. It was an eclipse. All right. So Mars is out of commission. And I'm not 100% sure. I'm guessing it went behind a building. Let's see. I think I might go outside. I might go check on that and fix the sky camera. Yes, unfortunately, it did go behind a building before the great red spot came out. I mean, Jupiter is still visible in the sky. I just need to get my alignment with the telescope better sorted out, because I definitely plan on imaging it again on subsequent nights. So again, like and subscribe if you haven't already. But yeah, because the red spot is cool. It's definitely very prominent. And plus, yeah, I want to get like a moon transit maybe. Well, I don't know if there'll be one next time, but definitely try it again. Yeah, the pros and cons of buildings. Need a dozer. Yeah, I might have to. Although I don't know that it might be frowned upon by the homeowners association. You know. Yeah, need the dozer. Yeah, maybe some other time. This isn't like so much noise on this particular image, but yeah, let me go downstairs and just check on the telescope, on this telescope, and plus fix the all sky camera, because right now, oh nice, oh thank you, and thanks for like and subscribe. That's yeah, I mean, I definitely plan to do more standalone videos again, edited videos, but it's been I haven't been consistent with that for the last few months. But let's see. Hey, that's kind of a bit big. Let me shrink that down. I'm kind of rebuilding my layout for my screens, so I'll be right back. Like I say, I'm gonna get some water, but I also want to check on the sky camera so I can bring that back on. And I plan on, I hope I can do it with this scope. I might have to swap out to the other scope just because of the narrow field of view of this one, but I want to try to image an asteroid or two as when I get back with the other scope. But I'll be right back. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I might stop it and move on to something else. But first, do a dark frame. Alright, let me turn off the be right back. Because I am back. And the all sky camera should be back. There we go. Alright. Yeah, I was right. It was because of the way I set up things with the reflector. There was a cable that kind of snagged the all sky camera and knocked it down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead. There's lots of people who've contributed, and yeah, if you think it's we typically take you know, if it adds, I mean, a lot of the features that were added are because people either think it's useful for others, or it's just useful for themselves, and other people end up liking it. So yeah, just yeah, make a pull request. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop this, and I'll find something for this, for the Seestar, but then I'm going to try to find an asteroid. Problem is, it's already a time where a lot of nebula have rotated out. Yeah, I think it's a dark frame. I'm gonna try forcing a dark frame, and then we'll go from there. At least that's what I hope it's the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that's it. I know I've imaged it many times before, but yeah, actually, maybe I'll focus on this. Actually, no. I'll do the Garland No, I'll do the Cigar Galaxy, because that one's an interesting one. And because of the framing, I mean, I could try getting both, but I want to focus on the Cigar Galaxy. But first, what I'm going to do is force a dark frame. and hope that that is the problem. And that I haven't caused some kind of issue. Oh, hang on a second. You know what? I might end up just restarting this telescope. Let me just, yeah, let me reboot this. Reboot it remotely. Scope reboot. All right. Been going through the Alp code to rework the schedule page. That's cool. Schedule page, that's cool. But I know, like, because you were trying to do the editing, that probably is a bit of a hassle. Yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, we don't have any React in the code, kind of intentionally. I've tried to implement. I mean, I'm one of the contributors. I didn't create the project, but for the stuff I've done web related, I've tried to do as much in Python as possible, just with the idea that most people aren't necessarily going to know Python and a lot of JavaScript. And so like the JavaScript bits we have in there are just vanilla JavaScript, no React or TypeScript or stuff. Yeah, but to do the edit page, unfortunately, there's a few places where, yeah. So, if you look at the all sky camera, you can see that this is closed up now, and you can actually see quite a few stars. I mean, for my backyard, it's actually quite a few. All right, so I'm gonna run the startup sequence. Oh, GPT. Yeah. No, it's there are things that it's gotten better about, but I know there are people who said, you know, it would take them 5 hours to write something, and GPT wrote it in I mean, I'm just making up a number. Maybe it would take an hour to write it. And GPT, they were able to get something out in 10 minutes, but then it took them 2 hours to get it to work. So, was that really a win? Yeah, struggle bus to troubleshooting. Yeah, and that was taking it in circles. The thing, again, it's gotten better, but I loved it in the beginning where it would just like totally mislead you, and then if you figured out it was wrong, and you'd say, and they're like, oh, because that happened to me. It was kind of a test. I was like, I wanted it to write a specific kind of algorithm in a specific language, and it spit out an answer, and it was syntactically valid, and I'm like, oh, and it explained the algorithm. I'm like, this is pretty cool, and I run it, and it didn't give me the answer. And I said, you didn't give me the right answer. And it was like, oh, I'm sorry, here's the real code. And it gave me an even more wrong answer. And I'm just like, and I went back and I looked at the code versus Wikipedia, and the first version of the code was like closer, but it was like, there's these it was a specific algorithm that had like magic numbers in it, and the specific magic numbers were just completely wrong. So it was like for calculation of pi. Anyway, yeah, for some simple scripts it's good. That said, it is getting better where you can like feed it a lot of stuff, but yeah. Flash on all sky camera. Yeah, no, unfortunately that's just my terrible. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he shouted at him because it isn't listening. I love it when it's like so certain, when it's so certain about things that it's just completely wrong about. Like, it's just so great at being confidently wrong. Who was the human who taught it to be confidently wrong? No. Yeah, I've been there before. Yeah. The thing I'm kind of most, that I wonder the most about is model collapse, like where the models get trained more and more on data that came from models, and like, yeah, things kind of deteriorate even quicker. Cobol on Fortran. I did look at Cobol in the browser, but not for Alp. Okay. That's a good point. That's a good point. There are, I mean, they did scrape a lot of stuff off the internet, and they probably scraped too many Reddit and Hacker News posts from people who are like, and Quora posts maybe even, of people who are like very confident and wrong. Yeah. That's a good point. That's probably that must be what it is, where it's like, yeah, this is totally the answer. It's like, are you sure about that? I'm not so sure about that. Okay, so what it's done its calibration, so I'm gonna try imaging the Seestar galaxy, and I'll do just 15 minutes because it should have, yeah, it did the dark library, it did everything else. So it should be in good shape. Fortran, yeah, Fortran's still in use, yeah. It is true. And yeah, I can confirm, not that I've touched these computers, but I can confirm mainframes and COBOL are still a lot more of a thing than you might realize. Yeah, so the good thing is it was trickier to kind of write and test such a thing in with my seeing, but now that I have a Seestar in an environment with almost completely wide open skies, I feel like it will. It's high on my list. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's like near the top of my list of things to add. Also, the remote stuff that I had written but I hadn't merged in yet because there were some underlying changes that I had to like redo the code. That's gonna have to. I'm gonna make some progress on that because I kind of have to, just for my own use. Different windows, different answer. Yeah, that's always good. Yeah. Well, yes, and I was looking at that too, because, I mean, just the issues I was having with planetary stuff. Yeah, I definitely need to work on that. Module based. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I mean, there's a lot of similarities between languages. I mean, they all have different variations on similar things. You know what I was wondering? I rebooted. It may have been a dark frame, but I wonder if something went, if there was something in the Seestar that didn't. Basically, I had the default gain set to 250, and I was wondering if there was something in there where that's doing something and it didn't like it, which is why I rebooted it. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but we'll see. Hopefully it's the pattern doesn't. I mean, it doesn't reoccur. That's turning out nice. Actually, you know what? Before I do an asteroid, let me try let me try doing the same target with this one. Oh, I think I know what happened with Mars. I don't know that it had disappeared yet, but I think it lost it during the meridian flip. I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. No, M82. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had it set to 250 and, or 200 and something. I wonder if that's what happened. If there was something in there, even though I was overriding it, maybe there was something when I was imaging, doing some of the initial imaging, that it set it to it and it just ended up in a weird state. We'll see. I went and changed off screen the default to 110 and then rebooted it. So maybe if it ends up better, then maybe that was the issue. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's been such a long time since I've done C++, like 30, over 30 years since I did C++. I did C, when I did C++, I used Cfront compiler, the Cfront compiler. I take it back. I've done C++ more recently than that. But when I did it like regularly, it was, yeah, with Cfront. I think it's already visible. So let me decrease the gain. And increase the exposure. But yeah, I mean, there's different ways to, whoa. I just looked at the all-sky camera. Man, the camera has gotten really close. The camera on the reflector has gotten really close to the all-sky camera. That looks menacing. Jeez. Okay. So let's try live stacking this using a not a planetary live stack, but deep sky LAS. Oh yeah, 25 years ago. Yeah, I did Cfront, which was it was the AT&T compiler that would turn your C++ into C, and then you'd use the C compiler. It would use the C compiler to compile it. Yeah, Cfront. It was really it was really fun to debug that code. Real fun because of name mangling. It was terrible. But honestly, I don't have any complaints. I ended up doing Java for like 15 years, so there were many times that I wished I had had C++ available. I just wanted to image this to begin with. So the Cigar Galaxy with the Seestar and with the reflector. I mean, to be honest, like, I mean, you can see the dust lanes, and with the right processing, you can bring a lot more detail on the Seestar image. Not more than this, but a lot more than you can just casually see, but it's not too bad. This you can definitely see some more, and this is without any processing. This is just with the live. Okay, it's subtracting darks. This is without the light pollution filter. At some point I'm going to test this, maybe once some more nebula are in the sky, I'll test this more with the light pollution filter. I haven't really exercised some of those settings. Anyway. Yeah. Job security. Yeah. Oh, I mean, C is still like a bigger thing than you might realize, which is kind of crazy. Oh. Well, good night, Cheap Astro. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening. I still need to come up with an Astro ASMR, video where I'm like, I'm now looking at the Cigar Galaxy. Something like that. Maybe. Yeah, alien spots. It's a bunch of UFOs. Yeah, C++ in 83. Wow. It was funny. I was at, I worked at a place, and they had gone to some meetup in New York, and Bjorn Strauss, whatever, the guy who invented C++, was at the meetup. It was just like, he worked for some company in New York and just showed up at the meetup. I think it was the C++ meetup, which is kind of hilarious. I could just see some people like getting, well, C++ is, that wasn't the intent. And he's like, you're wrong. That would be hilarious. Yeah, I need to calibrate. Yeah. Yeah, the ASMR. It's like, definitely going to do that at some point. Yeah, this is... But yeah, I need to do something with all these rings. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, definitely. The chillest astrosphere. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've thought about, like, I mean, the lighting in here isn't like too bright, and sometimes I try to have it like at a certain level of brightness so I don't fall asleep. That would be a really, it was so chill that the guy on the stream fell asleep. But yeah, I've thought about kind of making the light more subdued in here. I don't know if not sure. I have like some color changing lights, just, I mean, nothing like, I'm just saying, like, to get to some other color where it's kind of a little bit more muted, but I don't know. Actually, that reminds me, I need to, it's night, so I should turn on the night colors for a sharp cap. Oh, Hearts of Space. I think I watched that years ago. Did not just clean the scope out like that. Yeah, the Hearts of Space. Oh, the blue light was the only thing keeping. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. And actually, I sometimes I have like the night shift color scheme, where like they have it like standalone programs, but they have it on the Mac. Um, where it'll kind of yellow the screen, uh, or red, kind of get rid of the blue light. And I have to always turn that off because like I'll have it on a live stream and the color will start shifting, and I'm like, oh, oops, I need to shut that off. Um, I mean, especially if you're looking at something that does have blue in it, you don't want it to kind of remove all the blue. Yeah. I also need to look at the collimation on this thing, on this telescope. See, the thing is, I was like, I got a few different things. Oh, okay. Astor Bob Ross. All right. Good night, Cosmic Ray. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening. Yeah. So I had what do you call it? I don't remember. See, I forgot. Um, yeah, oh yeah, so I had gotten a couple different things, and just between being busy with other things and then the whole Starfront, getting ready for Starfront, kind of came up, and also the weather was, a little too cold or rainy for me to do certain things with the telescopes, but I have the focusers I need to get on the scopes, and I need to do something with the collimation. Did this finish? I think it finished. That's not bad for final result. I got something to help collimate this telescope to align the mirrors, so I need to do that. Because yeah, these, and I need to go take a leaf blower to it or something to get rid of the dust bunnies. All right. One thing I was going to do, I was talking about doing an asteroid. Let me go look. I had been messing around with Stellarium, and I ended up loading up a whole bunch of asteroids into it. So let me see. So I have it in the astronomical calculations. And here, let me see, double check that I'm on the current time. Okay, so these are all the oh no, these are comets. Oh, this one. Oh, see, this one, I think that was the one. It's pretty faint. All these are fairly faint, so maybe I'll try earlier next live stream. But let me look at asteroids now. There's a bunch of asteroids. Maybe I'll try this one. Because there was this one asteroid, this one, Alinda, that came pretty close to Earth recently, and it was moving so quickly you'd start imaging it and you could see kind of the line it was making, which was pretty cool. But I think I'm gonna try this one, and I think Jeff had tried to image this one recently. Pandora. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound good. Okay, let's see where this one is. Okay, this is in a good position. What's the lowest magnitude? the dimmest thing it could see. I mean, really, I think it depends on how long you want to run an exposure for and what kind of sky conditions you have, and what kind of object it is. So, an example, a concrete example, I've imaged. I was kind of on this kick of imaging quasars, and they look like stars. Um, and there was a specific one I wanted to image, and it was the 17th magnitude, and I was able to image it. I don't remember if it took like an hour or so, or more. And it wasn't like a great image, but you could see the star when you compared it to like star catalogs like Stellarium. But the thing was, and the thing is, I live in like heavy light pollution, so I guess it would just kind of depend. But you definitely can image 17th magnitude things. Yeah, like I'm imaging. This is 9th magnitude, and that's easy enough. Oh, and there's a galaxy nearby, but it's probably a faint one. So, I'm going to go ahead and just start the Seestar. Okay, thanks. I'll take a look at that. Image. That. And... I'll do 20 minutes. But that reminds me, the note about Discord, I need to just make sure nobody... Oh, dust reflector calculator. Okay, cool. Nice. It's position of dust in the on the optics. Okay, so let's see. Oh, 24th magnitude. Yeah, that probably would be too dim. Yeah. I mean, for me, where I live, 17, I kind of don't go beyond 17. Now, if your skies are darker, you could probably go beyond that. 24 seems a bit dim. But maybe if, yeah, I'm not sure. But 24 seems dim. Oh, hey. All right. Good night. Good night, Stephen. Have a good evening and enjoy dinner. Now I'm gonna get hungry thinking about food. Let's see. So let's go back to this. I pulled the coordinates. I'm gonna do 20 minutes. Oh, I'm already imaging. Need to just go look at it. Yeah, tried it for 2 hours, didn't see it. 90-meter rock running from the sun. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting, I'm doing one a bit brighter here. And actually, is that it? Maybe that's it. Now let me see with this one. Oh, that's cool. Okay. and the alignment isn't perfect, but it's been able to, it's been okay for 16 minutes. All right, so I'm going to stop this. 24 sun live streams. Let's pull that up. Oh, hey. Wait. Yeah, so here's, it was over to the side, and now I think it's there. And how long of an exposure was that? That was, how long was that exposure? How long did you run that for? One and a half hour. Okay. Well, I'll let this run. But let me try something on this one. Oops, no. Hold on a sec. Okay. Alright. Yeah, slow mover. So let's try it with this one. I doubt it would be in here, but let's see. Okay, so let's grab the coordinates and see if that, let me pull that over here. Let's see. Let me bring this over here. Information, extras. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Okay, cool. Then that makes it easier. So 947. 19.57. 1850 43.8. I'm just double checking the numbers to see if these make sense. Well, let's see. Let's try this. And hopefully the camera doesn't knock the all sky camera off again. It's like, oops. Oh, that looks menacing. The that thing moving so close to the camera, or seemingly so close to the camera. Okay. Okay, that's pointing about the direction I would expect it to. More or less. Okay. Let me try something. Now this is a much longer focal length. So it's got a much narrower field of view. Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, 80 is a good value. There are, I guess it also depends on like your light pollution, but personally, I usually run mine a little bit. Yeah, a little bit higher. Yeah, 80 is a default from CWO. And for the sensor, it's not a terrible value, but I personally run mine at like 110. Some people run theirs even higher. But yeah, it's worth experimenting, especially for you know, your conditions and your skies. Let's see. I'm just trying to get my bearings with this field, but let me go ahead and just start live stacking it. That's the old live stack, so there we go. It's wait, where did I? There we go. Which is the bright one? Yeah, max is 240. Yeah. So if that one was an hour and a half that Jeff did, if this was an hour and a half, will I be able to get more? Like, how much will it be visible in how short a period of time. Yeah. I mean, I'm in pretty bad conditions, and when I increase it beyond 80, it definitely seems to help to a point. This field of view is so much narrower. I'm just trying to get my bearings. Your image was plate solved in ASTAB. I should do that. Yeah, if you use external filters, you definitely need higher gain. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Oh, shoot. Just trying to go. They definitely both appear to be pointing in the same general direction. Okay. Sorry, I'm just copying something off. And all right. Okay. Today is the 16th, and okay, and oops. So photos live 50216 and go. Yes. Okay, that was painful. I'm just trying to okay, cool. Okay. This is processing. I'm just trying to... just trying to test something out here locally. Okay. Did that? No. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. All right, that's still imaging. Yeah. 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 I could see. Okay, this is done. I don't know why I only did 20 minutes of it. That didn't seem like a good idea, but oh well. Let me see what's going on with this one. Oh hey. Go to results. Sorry, let me check. So when you did the plate solve of the image, Jeff, did you... What did you... Just trying to... WCS, reference stars. Nope. Oh. As if to answer my question. There it is. It is the bright one. There you go. It's already, I mean, this is a much higher focal length, so. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Now, because this is like a much higher focal length, yeah, that's actually a bright asteroid. I mean, it is 9th magnitude. But it's kind of crazy that it's already. So it's moving as as I. It's up to 12 minutes, so not only one sixth the duration of yours, but it's also like a much higher focal length. So no, this is actually a different asteroid. This is just an asteroid that's kind of orbiting around. I was I basically went into Stellarium here and looked up. Oops, what did I just do? Wrong function key. Sorry. I had loaded in a bunch of just random asteroids, and I picked some with that were brighter, or I was sorting by brighter ones, and there's the first one. Fossil picture in Discord. Yeah, it is really bright, but I mean, I did pick one that was 9th magnitude, so but yeah, it's I'm actually kind of a little surprised, because I was like trying to plate solve, and meanwhile I was missing the fact that it was already already moving. But again, the field of view is much tighter than the sea stars. So that's cool. See, now I think I found a new thing I want to do. I want to I could see this has been the dilemma. Like, I'm glad I sent the Seestar to Starfront, and I was thinking about sending a refractor to Starfront, but then I'm like, would I want a high telephoto or a higher focal length scope at Starfront? I'm like, eh. But then seeing this, I'm like, being able to image asteroids and then actually, like, I mean, imagine if I had a much higher focal length, we could see it moving, possibly. I mean, like, actually moving. Slowly, but yeah. Yeah, that's true. At least, and some of the stuff does keep its value pretty well. I mean, they don't become like immediately obsolete like telescopes, like the telescopes themselves, or the mounts, the tripods. They're expensive, but as long as you take care of them, they can last a long time and they don't get obsolete. You clean them, stuff like that. The cameras can get obsolete eventually, but they're not immediately obsolete. You can get quite a few years out of them. But yeah, the telescope itself, like I mean, I have solar filters that I've used for, I mean, glass ones that I've used for like decades. I wouldn't necessarily trust them visually, but they still work fine for sensors. I have lots of optics that are years, decades old. Still use them. I've bought old, used stuff. Still fine. Telescopes can be a little trickier too, like with reflectors or refractors or stuff. But still, like if you buy it, you can keep it for a long time. Yeah. I mean, there's I'm constantly amazed at the state of things compared to the way I remember it many years ago, or when I think back to the way it used to be. Yeah, so how many minutes am I in? That's 17 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Because they keep their value. Like if it was well taken care of, I mean it could effectively be just as good as new. Um, like I've bought used lenses, and yeah, if they're like if it's on a current, well, it's funny because like there were lenses that were on the on an old mount, but like EOS lenses, I feel like at one point those were keeping their value a lot because you could still use them on a ton of different cameras. They probably still are. Come to think of it, when I've tried to um, buy used lenses, they're not as not as much of a discount as you would want, but it just shows that they don't. Yeah, they're more of a durable durable thing. I see. I was watching. I've been checking in on the Discord server, which if you haven't joined the Discord server, you definitely should check it out because there's often people are often sharing live observing sessions, um, and I see Turf was doing something. He was doing something planetary, but then I ended up. But yeah, definitely. I am surprised at how bright that asteroid was, but I did pick like the brightest one that I was in the list, and I did go recently and load up all of the like all of the significant asteroids or all the brightest ones. And the cool thing is with since I have my sky mapped out, it's literally only showing me the ones that I would be able to see at this instant. Um, Now, one thing that could be interesting is let's try. I wonder how quickly. Because this one was moving really quickly. I wonder how quickly this one is still moving. Hello, Hein. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Let's see. Let's see how fast this one's moving. So let me pick this a star. And let me switch to the field of view of my... Okay, there we go. So let me see if I just advance it an hour, if it moves. Doesn't help when it rotates. Yeah, it's moving, so maybe I'll try that one next. That is a very bright asteroid, but pretty cool that it's moving. See, now I'm afraid I want even more aperture. Or not aperture, even more focal length. But then have it like at a place like Starfront. I think that would be cool. We could do asteroid imaging then. I mean, not be able to like see them with any size, but at least get them to move. No, I didn't. What information do you have? I'm just curious. Oh, okay. Posted a video in Discord. Let's see. I haven't shared these yet, but this was from Starfront. I couldn't help myself. I was like, there's a plane wave. There's a few plane waves. Forget which building this was in, but probably could find that out pretty easily. And this was this is Bray Falls is triple rasa. Nice 3 rasa. Yeah, I'm plan on getting these videos together and posting them. Or posting them as a separate video, but there's Bray Falls at the at Starfront. I asked if he could do a little blurb, but yeah. Friction drive, yeah. There's some nice equipment there. I didn't venture. 17 minutes posted on live stream. Let me check. I'm behind on my Discord. All right. Oh hey. Hello, Benji. Welcome to the Discord. All right. So 17 minutes. Yeah, I mean, again, to be fair, the Seestar is much wider field of view, so this is pretty cool. I mean, and I'm, if I could just consistently get this thing aligned more quickly than I was able to. I think I need a guide scope on this, because trying to plate solve was just a pain. But yeah, I mean, because it's able to quickly, relatively quickly, pick up things like this. Yeah, I need a pier. And the sad thing is, I have some of the, I think I already have some of the stuff I would need for a pier. So this is now up to, it's now up to actually almost half an hour. But I'm gonna stop this, and I'm gonna try this other one just for grins. It's amazing how quickly that was moving. So that was one asteroid, and let me do this one. So go to 4205, 42.8. Yep. Let's go. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of my reasoning I had done in the past, or I told myself in the past, but now I'm just like, I'm just gonna pick a spot, especially with the big scope. I mean, it's not that big a scope. It looks bigger than it is, but it's getting it. And again, I don't know if it's the focal length or just my pathologically bad skies. What is going on? What is it pointing at? Which direction is this even pointing at? Oh. Okay. That's why. Yeah, exactly. Or at least not like doing the full, maybe tweaking it the smallest amount. But this one has been so, I mean, I like every time, I mean, I've had to push back the start of the live stream an hour sometimes because I'm still like messing around with this specific scope. The other one, the refractor, no time. Takes minutes. Seconds. This one, like, I have to find the magic spot in the sky where it'll actually plate solve, and I have to turn on like binning and specific ISO, but not too much of an I mean, a certain amount of gain, but not too much gain. It's just it's a bit frustrating. Okay, let's try live stacking this and see where. Okay. All right. Nope. All right. Reset. Yikes. Okay. I have to do that again. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's why I would, it's stuff like that that makes me want to put a pier out there. Now this one is a fainter one. The last one was 12th magnitude. I think it's that one. I think it's in here. I think it's this one, but we'll see. We'll see how quickly it starts up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't have to worry about the type. Yeah, holy dust motes, Batman. No comment. Yeah. I'm off tomorrow. I need to work on some gear tomorrow. I need to get the focusers installed, and I need to look at the state of the sensor on this one. Yeah, I love the yeah, precisely. I love the original. I mean, not the original. The Adam West one That was, I love that. And then what was it? Gosh, Batman, you must know everything. And he's like, no, Robin, there are a few things I don't know. It's like, it was something like that. It was. Yeah. Yeah, white t-shirt over the opening. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I might take you up on that, honestly. Um, definitely. Thanks. Thanks for letting me know. It's like a lot of things. I mean, on the one hand, I was like super pleased with the how quickly that it was able to image that galaxy, and but there's so many things frustrating about the scope. One of which is, of course, the just being able to align it. But then this. I mean, I think it doesn't help that my skies are so like bad that like my skies are never like really. The sky is always kind of gray. Um, that certainly probably doesn't help. Yeah, I'm off. Yeah, I get a lot of federal holidays off. Um, don't work for any. I don't work for the federal government, but the company gives us a lot of those off. So yeah, I'm off tomorrow. Dark side ran out to Astro Nerds. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. It's yeah. I need to use. I mean, I am using dark frames, and the dark frames did help a lot for some things, but yeah, I need to do the calibration frames. Maybe I'll make a note. Things to possibly do tomorrow. What's today? Okay. Calibration frames. Focuser. What else? A focuser. There was some other thing I was gonna possibly work on. Oh. Okay. All right. Cool, cool. Part of me wonders if that's actually it. I'll let this go for a little longer. Actually, I did get the filter in the imaging train. That was part of the reason why the focus, I had to mess around with the focus. I did get it. I haven't used it much, but I was able to get it sorted out finally. How much heat? What do you mean? Oh, I see what you're talking about, the thermal camera. I mean, I mean, some of it is just the material. It's fairly sensitive, and it's kind of cool outside right now. It's like you know, 7 degrees Celsius, so a lot of things. I mean, like, you can see the USB cable and I don't know how quickly this one is going to be moving, but let me look at another one, see if there's another one that might be worth looking at. Actually, the other thing I should check is if there's any comets worth imaging, but when I last looked, a lot of them were kind of faint. Yeah, this one's not too bad. It's probably not going to be too spectacular, but where in the sky is this going to be? Let me just looking at some of the other ones. Oh, this one's brighter. Although that's weird, it's further out. Oh, maybe not further out, but further from us. Of course, these especially for comets, these magnitudes might not be fully accurate. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so if it has a Cobb's 11.4 according to Cobb's as of today. So let's try that one. Not even sure if I'm looking at the right one. So I'm gonna save and then stop, and I need to let's call this. Unfortunately, all that was saved under the cigar galaxy, so let's change this to 29p. coordinates. 10, 8, oh no, sorry, that's the other one. So it's 9, 5, 3, 4, 1.4, 09, 42, 25.2. Is that right? Okay, sure. Now where is this in the sky? Okay, so it's gonna move around to the another direction, and we'll see how this one looks. If depending on how it looks, I might move on to something else. Yeah. Okay. Let me look at stellarium, where this thing would be. Oh, it's not too far from Regulus. Okay. All right. Let's start stacking. Is that already it in the center? That's cool. The fuzziness in the center. Yeah, I think that's it right there. But we'll let it stack a bit more. Yeah, I think that fuzzy right there is a comet, 29p. See, imagine if I had a scope like this, maybe a bigger one, out at Starfront. That would be cool. Could really image these kind of targets really quickly. But yeah, I need calibration frames. Definitely. Let me check here. Cool. Space. Oh, nice. Wow. $1 million telescope. Or no, $600,000 telescope. Oops. Stop. I'll drop that link. And it's in the Discord. Star Traveler posted it, but I'll drop it in the browser. I mean in the chat. Alright. Okay. Okay, good night, Dark Shades. Thanks for joining. You've been on and off, or on the stream for a long, all day. You were on the solar stream earlier today, so it's been a long day of. But yeah, thanks for joining. Have a good evening. Yeah, that's cool. Definitely got a comet going on here. 29p. And what's interesting is whatever the model is, the predicted magnitude is 17.3, but the observational one is 11.4. So yeah, thanks Smokey. Thanks for the kind words. I do appreciate it a lot. Man, I really need to fix that, but it's cool getting a comment here pretty quickly. See, now I need to think. I need to see. Is there another comet that I should look for? Actually, so what I can do too is I can go back to just that. I turned off my screen and just on the mini PC so you can see it a bit better. I can remove that and maybe fit width. But yeah, it's definitely a comet. How far is that from the sun, this comet? It is... Let's see. Wow. Are you kidding me? How big is this comet? This thing is 500 million miles away, according to this, from Earth. No. Yeah, almost, not quite 500 million miles away. But, so it's huh. So it's about right now it is about as far from the sun as Jupiter. Yeah. So it's pretty far out there. I'm actually kind of surprised. See, now I need to go try imaging comets more often if I'm able to image this a comet that far out so quickly. Good to know. Okay, cool. Let me see. How many degrees above the horizon is it? That is a great question. Let me check. Let me turn back on this view. And I'll bring Stellarium over here. It's pretty high. It's 68 degrees above the horizon. it's almost not quite to the meridian yet, so not just like southeast, about 60 degrees. But I mean, I guess it's one of those things where like there's always comets, like there's a lot of periodic comets out there, and apparently some of them aren't that difficult to image. I mean, I know I see a lot of them on like the or when I used to use the Seestar app more often, I would see them on the Seestar app. Um, so yeah, I definitely need to try these out more often. And if I had darker skies and not so many dust bunnies, I'm sure this would be a lot, probably a bigger coma there. Or if I had proper calibration frames for that matter. But maybe I'll try imaging this again. It's probably not moving very quickly since it's out by Jupiter's orbit. Although it's interesting because the prediction is that it's the 17th magnitude, but yet it's like 11th. Cobb's comet brightness. Yeah, no problem. Oh wow, still snowing. Yeah, well, that's good. You got a list. It's always, okay, Cobb's. Oh. Let me drop this link. See, there's a lot of these kind of websites that have current information about supernovas, other discoveries. I think I need to keep an eye on this. So, 2028 Soho. Of course, where is this? 2008 by 12, nope. But I can add it easily enough. I go to, nope, not that screen. I go to, one of these days I'll remember which screen has which configuration that I'm always messing around with, because there's different ones and they're on different screens and I always forget which one. So plugins, solar system editor, configure, let's see, solar system, import comets. Okay. Which one was that one? Nope. Got 2,000 comments in here, so maybe I don't use this one. Really wants me to hail pop. Okay. So maybe I'll just keep it simple and do 2008 by 12 search unknown air. How dare. Unknown air. Right. Okay. Get orbital elements. Oh, no. Which one should I get? List of observable comets. Okay. Why isn't this one in there? Am I typing it the wrong way? Nope. Okay, sorry, I need to just hit discard. So comets, all comets? Okay, 4,000, that's better than. Yeah, why 12? What? Are you kidding me? Like the one. It doesn't have Y12. Are you kidding me? Okay. So let me bring this over here and I will try a different way of doing this. Let's go search position. What is its coordinates? Does it have coordinates? Right ascension, okay. 21, 38, 6, and declination is minus 13, 39, 11. Minus 13. 39, 11. Okay, go. And that is on the other. Huh? I'm really confused. What am I? It's too close to the sun. Well, that would explain why it's so bright. Well, that doesn't help me. All right. So that was a wild goose chase. And I think it's asymmetric, like the coma's over here, which is kind of interesting. Maybe it's just my bad exposure. Oh, okay. So this one, it's 11.6. That's the one that we're imaging right here, 29p. Yeah, so this is a cool one. I should definitely check this out on a regular basis. Look for bright comets. Neato Dorito. Cool. So I've got a comet. I have got. What else have I got? We got a comet. we got an asteroid. The second one, it was kind of, I'm not sure if I was imaging it correctly. Did Venus earlier, did Uranus, Jupiter, Mars. Let's see, what else? Let's see. If I didn't have such an obstructed horizon, the moon is actually up and I'd be able to image the moon, but unfortunately the moon is behind a building right now. So let me check, let me see what else. I'm just gonna turn off the other screen so we can see more of the comet. Let's see. My neck, sometimes I'm doing this because I get a bit stiff. It's so bright when the moon is up. Of course, in my sky, a lot of times I can't tell the difference because it is light pollution is so bad that sometimes, until the moon is like really shining on things, I don't even notice. Alright. Let's see, what? Oh, good night, Star Traveler. Thanks for joining. Have a good evening. Where am I based? I am in Houston, Texas. So, yeah, I'm like in the city, so I have horrible light pollution. So you can see with the all sky camera, or it's not an all sky camera, it's a sky camera, not all the sky because there's so many buildings around, but you can see that the sky is pretty blue, and it's so much light pollution that for me to have enough of an exposure with the sky camera to show the stars, yeah, I don't know, it's pretty bad. It's shockingly bad. I would have thought that too, you know, but like, so let me switch to this. So like New York, I mean, Manhattan itself is pretty bad, but let's see, let me pick Newark. 17.43, okay. Or 17.6, 17.7. So those are one measure of light pollution. So let's say 17.5 in Newark and Ridgewood. Okay. New York or New Jersey? New York? New York? So if it's Ridgewood, New York, it says 17.6, which is considered, yeah, bad light pollution. 17.6, but I live here in this oh, New Jersey. Yeah, sorry. So let's go Ridgewood, New Jersey. Now it claims your Portal 7, which still is like heavy light pollution. And it says 18.8, but then there's other areas here that are like, let's just say 18s. Where I am, I mean, most urban areas, most bigger urban areas are just horrible. But see, like, the problem is I'm like in the core of Houston, so it would be more like even worse than like Newark, where I am. I mean, it's just 17.3 it claims, and there's like an app you can get for your phone, and on a night without the moon, it claimed mine was like under 17, which is lower is worse. Yeah, no problem. But that said, like, yeah, you've got similar problems to me. You're in a large metro area that has just bad light pollution everywhere you go. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in the middle of this big light dome, so it's just kind of bad for me. Yeah, but it's, you know, you can still get stuff done. 17.9. Yeah, I mean, mine, this alleges I'm 17.3, but like I say, I've gotten sub 17. I've gotten like 16 and a half, I think was the lowest I ever saw. I should do it on one of the clear nights here when it seems like the sky is the clearest, and see if I can actually get over 17. But on those like really bad hazy days, it's just terrible. Which again is one of the reasons why one of the reasons why this sky camera, why it's blue. I mean, you can see stars in there, but not many. Compare that to Starfront, where I sent one of my telescopes. Like, so the moon is blasting, but like, look at how many stars they see like away from the moon. Like, you can very clearly see Orion, and you can see the nebula. Yeah, 22. Yeah, I think people, the people who have those Primalucci eagles that have the built-in light sensor, or the light pollution sensor, they I've seen numbers in the upper 21s, you know, 21.9 or something like that. Or it's basically within kind of Portal 1 range when there's no moon. Yeah, that's, I mean, 20s. 16 is bad. Or under 17 is just bad, really bad. But like, look at this all sky camera. Like, this is with the moon blasting on it. Yeah, Cap Rock Canyon. Oh, let me check something here. Let me switch back to this, and then let me go look at, what am I looking at? What was I looking at? Oh, wanted to check something here. Wrong direction. Need to look south. Okay. But yeah, I think that's it's kind of good. But yeah, that's a definitely a much darker sky location. Okay. Well, thanks for joining, Donkulus. Have a good evening. Talk to you later. Yeah, the tracking is a bit off on here because, like, that's what this black border is here, but it's still, like, for unguided, it's doing okay. It's doing okay. And that can't be. But yeah, that's definitely the comet there. That was half an hour. I wonder, should I do any other comets or asteroids while we're here? Let's see. If I look at... Yeah, I don't know if there's any particularly bright comets right now that I can see from my backyard. Nothing is jumping out at me. What other targets could we image? Let's see what else is up right now. Just kind of looking around in Stellarium. Unfortunately, I can't see much of the Milky Way right now because it's behind buildings. Let's see. This has been kind of idle, so I should Is there anything? M3 is rising. Whirlpool Galaxy is up. You know, I think I'm gonna stop this one, and I am gonna try, just for grins, we'll try. I'm gonna get rid of the right monitor there, and what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong here? Oh, it's because I've got it on the wrong. That's interesting. That is not obvious to me. That was not obvious to me. What did I want to... Oh, M51. Mostly because, I mean, I know I don't have, like, the calibration frames and a lot of that other kind of stuff, but I wanted to revisit this because I had done some initial kind of exposures with it, and I didn't really have the alignment as... It's not that it's that close right now, but it's a lot closer than it was the last time, so I'm going to try it again. Now, granted, the moon is up now. It's not visible because it's behind a building, but that'll also be a thing to keep an eye out for. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything but the Seestar right now. Or am I? Do I? I was actually thinking of doing like Leo triplet. But do I want to do Leo triplet? Are there some... M3 is up. Pinwheel Galaxy is up. What is that? See, some nebula. Just some LBNs. Cat's Eye Nebula. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of, again, it's in that, oh, the Iris Nebula is getting closer to being up. Okay, so maybe I will try Leo triplet. Oops. My Seestar's down. I think I may have forgotten to plug it in, or I had it plugged in, but then I did something and it now it's unplugged. So no imaging on the Seestar. That's fine. Okay, so let's try this. So we'll be reliant on this to do something. Gotta restack this. I've really gotta deal with the with those artifacts. Let's see. I'm gonna have a sip of water here. Boy, again, the camera on the astro camera on the sky camera is kind of menacing right now. All right. Yeah, I definitely need to work on the calibration frames on this. Yeah, that's so it's two interacting galaxies with this one's a spiral, and then this one there's kind of an arm which will become more apparent. Yeah, this is let me check something. Yeah, I always kind of look ahead. There's going to be, it might be okay tomorrow, but I probably won't be doing a live stream tomorrow. But I probably will be, well, we'll see. No live observing stream. The conditions look a little iffy for Thursday, and then maybe next Sunday night might be okay, but I have that telescope going in at Starfront, so depending on when that goes live and when there's clear skies, like if they install it over the next couple days, I think Wednesday and Thursday next week, this upcoming week, they have clear skies there, so if that's the case, I'm definitely going to do a live observing stream. And I might be able to do a planet stream, but it'll be with a Seestar. But still, might be able to do that. Maybe do some other targets. It won't be clear here, though. Well, the forecast could change for Thursday, so might. But at least right now, Starfront on Starfront on sorry, I'm just looking at the forecast here. Starfront this week looks like it'll may or may not be clear tonight there. I mean tomorrow night, Monday night, maybe Tuesday night. Wednesday night looks good. Thursday night, hard to say. Um, Sunday maybe, Monday maybe. So yeah, it's a lot of times it's clear there when it's cloudy here. Sometimes it's cloudy here and there, but it is kind of a drier part of the state, so so yeah, depending on how things go, if they get it installed in the next couple days, then maybe Tuesday or Wednesday I'll have first light on it, and I'll do a live stream for it. So that will be great. Let's see, we're up to 6 minutes of data. Yeah. It's doing okay. Yeah, now that I have things at Starfront, I need to focus on, no pun intended, getting the autofocuser on the two non-smart telescopes I have. This one that I'm using, the reflector, and a refractor. They're still sitting in the box that I got, that they were shipped in. And then I need to, what do I need to do? I need to look at the collimation of this scope too, because I haven't looked at the alignment of the mirrors. I think there might be some tweaks that I need to do with that. Yeah, maybe do some what do you call it, calibration frames to try to work on thing, get rid of all of these kind of artifacts. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Like, for a live stack, 8 minutes, it's already showing some detail. Imagine how much detail I'd get dusting make dust mode. Yeah, yep, pretty much. But I'm still happy with how quickly it's showing structure. See, that'll be a good test. See, this will be. I need to write that down. I might do a let's see, I could see doing like multi-way, a two-way test between the Seestar that I have here and the Seestar at Starfront. So Bortle 1 to Bortle 9, same target, that could be cool. But also, it would be interesting to do like Bortle 1 versus Bortle 9, but then like the refractor with the SV Bony narrowband filter Bortle 9, or this telescope Bortle 9, and just kind of compare, because the refractor has a bit more aperture, different camera, so it's like twice the area of the I figured it's like twice, like correcting for focal f ratio and aperture, it should collect light about twice as fast as the Seestar, and then it has a more up-to-date a more expensive sensor. So that would be an interesting test, um, especially if I actually the for me one of the interesting ones is would be the that well it's still the Seestar at Starfront should still outperform it, but it would be interesting to see for certain targets the difference. And then, like, this is a much bigger aperture, but it's much slower, so that would be interesting also as a comparison. Um, I really need to get the tracking dialed in better, but because I would love to do like an hour-long exposure of this with this telescope, because I feel like I would get so much detail in these arms, or not even an hour, maybe multiple hours of data for this, because it's already starting to show a lot of the structures in the arms. I think that would be awesome. Which was part of the reason I wanted a telescope with higher focal length, to try to at least get some level of detail in some of these galaxies. So calibration frames I really need to get nailed down, because I want to be able to live stack, you know, some of these, you know, do more of. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's good to just step away from it, you know, especially when you're like banging your head against stuff. But I'll be around tomorrow, so if you want to rubber duck anything, just let me know. Cool. Yeah, so yeah. Well, that's why I was saying maybe rubber duck it, where where you don't even what do you call it? Don't even like, I might not even contribute anything, but just talking it through with somebody could be helpful. But I'll be around tomorrow if you want to do that, because yeah, I'm also motivated to I have some ideas on the schedule as well that I want to implement for my own purposes related to the Starfront telescope. Some things that might be too custom, but I want to talk about that too. Yeah, cool, no problem. Yeah, I think, and plus that might, yeah, it might help in some ways. like what I want to do, that I'm not sure if I'd want to add it to the main line, but then maybe there is something in there that might be useful to others and might help with the editing too, because it was scheduler related stuff. Cool. Yeah, the structure, it's definitely showing like some kind of finer structure in these arms. Now the dust, kind of the gases that can connect aren't quite as visible yet, but I see a lot of nice little kind of knots of nebulas and star-forming regions, and well, nebulas are star-forming regions. Yeah, cool. Yeah, talk to you tomorrow. Have a good night. Yeah. I'm probably going to stop this before the tracking anomaly gets to this satellite galaxy. So, um, this is M51, Messier 51. Um, so it's one of, I mean, it's a fairly bright one, um, but it's not huge. Like if we look at, um, let me bring up Stellarium with the Seestar, which has kind of an intermediate field of view. It's not like super wide, but it's pretty wide. Like you can't get, but it's not like you can't get the Andromeda Galaxy in it. But M51 is kind of, it doesn't come close to filling the frame. It's much smaller than like the moon or the sun in the sky. Like it's fairly small. Um, but this is this is with this telescope and camera, like the telescope that's the one on the left that looks green in the in the sky camera, but it's more of a tan color. I think it must be just the lights, light pollution lights. Um, yeah, it comes close to filling the frame. So uh, it takes up most of the frame. Which again, that was part of the reason I wanted to be able to image planets, but I also wanted to be able to get closer up images of galaxies like this size. Yeah, it's pretty. It's I like I say, I need to work out the calibration frames. Like there's those weird kind of dust mote kind of things, and then there's vignetting here where it kind of gets darker towards the edge of the field of view, which calibration frames would help. Uh, it is like, I think they call it like it is a spiral, and it is interacting with this other galaxy. Um, but yeah, it's kind of an interesting one because I mean some of them are more at angles, whereas this one we're seeing it like from top down, which is kind of neat. Makes it a little different, and it's also like I say it doesn't like fill the frame on the Seestar, but it's also not. As far as galaxies go, it's somewhat close. It's like tens of millions of light years away, not hundreds or of millions or billions of light years. It's more close. Let's see what else. Yeah, like I was saying, I was gonna wait until it kind of gets to this point, and then I'll probably shut it down. Shut down that the imaging. Yeah. I feel like there was something else, but I can't. It escapes me at the moment. was just distracted. Alright. Let's go back here. No, it's already starting to eat into that galaxy, so I'll probably shut it down. So that was 20 minutes. It's got some good detail in here. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to getting the tracking sorted out and doing a longer exposure with this, with calibration frames, because I think that could look pretty cool. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that. It's been a long day. I started off around noon, imaging the sun, and then Venus on an unlisted live stream, and then we did Uranus, Jupiter, Mars, a couple of comets, not a couple of comets, a comet, and a couple of asteroids. One definitely was able to image, and just other odds and ends. So I did get just about everything I wanted to image solar system wise today. The only thing that I did not image was the moon, but the moon is pretty low right now and won't be visible. It won't be visible in my backyard for like 2 hours, so I think I'll leave it at that then. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't done so already, and I appreciate it all. Keep an eye out for the upcoming week. I plan on having another live observing stream. I'm not sure exactly what day. If all goes well, it might be just from Starfront, but that'll be pretty good because skies are much darker and should be able to get through some neat targets and some things that maybe I've never been able to image before. So yeah, so I'll leave it at that and hope everybody has a good evening, and I will see you in the next one. I still have to kind of work out the kinks in this live stream here. Yeah. Oh, hi. Good night, human being. Yeah, just from Starfront. Well, it might be because of the cloudy weather here. And that was actually kind of the point. You know, I'd be fine with, like, I could see going live from just here, just from Starfront, ideally both. But I have a feeling because they have more clear nights than I do here, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up having Starfront only streams, which would be another reason to get another scope out there eventually. Just to have, could have a couple scopes there and a couple scopes here. But yeah, might just be from Starfront. We'll see. But it might be clear here. Like Thursday looks like it could be clear here. Wednesday or Thursday might be clear here. And if it's, yeah, Starfront and processing. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing I need to work on. But in the meantime, thanks. Good night, and we will see you in the next one. Let's see if I can get this. All right. Good night. Bye.